Howdy, howdy, and meowdy. Happy Sunday, Catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Sunday, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a decent. Why is my mouth not tracking again? Bardo, what are you doing? Well, I'm gonna have to swap models briefly to fix that, but yeah, while doing that. Yeah, I hope you're all having a fantastic Sunday, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a decent start to my Sunday. My mouth is still suffering because yeah, even 4 days after getting a tooth removed, it's still gonna suck so much. But we're dealing, taking pain meds, we're relaxing. It'll start to feel better within a few days. Sutures will come out. And once the sutures come out, it'll be mostly immediately healed. That the first week is just the whole immediate healing. After that, it's just making sure not to aggravate it and letting it sit. But it'll be fine. I just gotta suffer some more. And like I said Friday, I really do still miss that tooth. It just feels weird not having it there. Food getting stuck in that gap, it's annoying. Anywho, on better news, today, we are playing more Final Fantasy XIV, and specifically, we are finally starting Endwalker, and I am so excited. This is going to be amazing. Like, last week's stream, we spent 9.5 hours doing every quest of patches 5.4 through 5.55, the entirety of pre-Endwalker, and it was so long, but it was so good. It was so much fun, so much good story. And now we're here. Now we are ready to dive into Endwalker for realsies, and I am so hyped. And again, we are gonna watch the intro trailer for the expansion before we dive into the game. So let us get right on into that. Pop. Pop. And game capture. Final Fantasy 14. And I think for this time, we are gonna sing along to the song. Because it is such a good song. I'm gonna take a quick sippy, hydrate a little, and then we dive right in. Whoosh. Heart of amber, autumn tide, cooling swiftly, bleeding light, smoldering softly, biding time, marching forward, left behind. Fire ash, shadows clash, forgotten footfalls engraved in ash. Fire will be repaid, For our echoes begin to fade away. Fade away. Heart of ember, autumn tide, burning brightly, hot and white. Kindred severed, never where. Sorrow, silence, we needn't bear. Stories sewn along the way, tales of loss and fire and fate.
As the chaos spread, the stars seemed doomed to unravel, and yet
this trailer is still so hype.
of that fate. The hour has come, creature. It's all or nothing.
Storm of blood, born from blood of our fallen brothers. Thunder still, oaths fulfilled, now we yearn for freedom. Born in blood, stained in red, bound by blood, purpose fed, courage threads, hand in hand, souls aligned, forge ahead, forward.
Tis as we feared. The respite afforded this land was but fleeting. The end draweth nigh.
A song of hope, she dances on the wind. Higher, oh higher, ere our hearts endure and remain forever strong. Standing tall through the dark, do we carry on? On wings of hope, you rise up through the night. Higher, oh higher, carrying our song. Trailed faster than your arm. At its core is my rainbow. One brings shadow, one brings light. Two-toned echoes tumbling through time, tumbling down to the never.
Rebellion would keep its counsel while the world is lost to ruin.
It would. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must then, but we scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Every step we take echoes in our way, finding round our fate to forge ahead. Should we lose our way, higher of all this pain, we won't be afraid to forge ahead. Fearless hearts ablaze, no more time to waste. No, it's not too late to forge ahead. As we ride again to another end, where it all begins, forge ahead. That trailer is still so hype. I have been so excited for this. Like, ever since we finished pre-Endwalker last week, I've been so hyped to do this. So hyped to start. Next main scenario quest. Next ship to sail. Penniher, do you have some time to talk? I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telepharoi. The Telepharoi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic events that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding their spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to our involved in Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telepharoi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos J. Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. Well, my dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloody fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed and in troubling ways. During our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telepharoi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat and quickly before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Sharlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Forsenel's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. Let's go. Yeah, buddy, yeah, buddy. You're headed to Limsa Laminsa and board the next ship bound for Charlayan. On arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Aldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. Oh, this music is so good. I love this music. The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. You are wonderful, Tataru. We will never not adore you. And onward to Limsa. Let's go, baby. Yeah, buddy, yeah, buddy, yeah, buddy. Ooh, my FC has a Discord. I'll have to join that after stream. Might be new, because I didn't see that last time. Unless it was there and I'm blind, and I'm known to be blind. Very blind, honestly. So let's have a nice, relaxing walk through Limsa. Packed. I'm gonna see what titles we have. I'm pretty sure we got a new title for finishing Dawn Treader, right? Oppa Gangnam Style. And yeah, I did mean to set up a pained expression. I forgot to do that. I'll make sure to do it after stream today, because I'm streaming tomorrow as always. And it won't take me long to open Unity and sift through the many expressions I have to find one that would look good. Oh wait, where's my doggo? I should have a fluffy little dog friend following me. There he is. In fact, I know what I'm gonna name the dog. The dog is Dweebus. I will name the dog Dweebus. He's a very cute, fluffy pupper. A nice, leisurely walk through Limsa. Actually, we go to the right gate. Left gate is entry to Limsa. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlayan should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. Also, I am glad I have my chat block up because I immediately saw a bot advertising buying in-game currency for real money. That's cringe. That's against the rules.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Schedule, eh?
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, Thancred. Hehehehe.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
That's a very Thancred thing to do, honestly. But I'm glad he's grown.
Will this be your first visit to Sharlayan, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphinaud.
Ooh.
You've made your point, Estinian.
Better.
Peak writing right here. This is great.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Of course she's distraught. She has to wish all of her friends and comrades to a safe trip as they depart for who knows how long.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland.
Because I mean, like, she spent the entirety of the last expansion and a good chunk of the post-expansion worrying about if she'd ever see her friends home again because they were stuck in another world. Of course she's gonna be distraught. You'd be too.
It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
See? Yeah, I'll bring them home safe and sound. I ain't letting my friends get hurt at all.
Hold you to that.
Good, hold me to it. I don't make promises I can't keep.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Ooh, Hori Bowler. And Coltene, I think?
Hori! Colton!
Yeah, Coltene. I'm good with names, I remember faces.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower.
I'm good with names and I can remember faces, usually.
Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we, your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn, will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
That's the spirit. I knew we liked you, Cory Boulder.
We're set to sail. All aboard for
All aboard. Let's go.
It's time.
It is time indeed.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
Careful is my middle name. Well, okay, no, it's not my middle name. It could have been, but it ain't. Most people don't even know my middle name.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux.
Oh, Emmett?
Certain times, naught but the simplest words.
What's your
of
voice
wisdom
doing
will
here, Emmett?
suffice.
Not that I'm complaining. Be like it, Emmett.
That which lives is destined to die.
Emmett was a villain who... Yeah, he was evil, but we could understand his reasons for doing what he was doing. Like every last reason, like, okay, yeah, I get it. I get why you're doing it. I can't accept it, but I get it. I love villains like that, where they're evil. You can't accept or allow what they're doing, yet you understand the reasons they're doing it. Like, they have perfectly valid reasons, reasons you can absolutely understand, and perhaps in another life might have accepted, but can't currently accept. Let's go, baby, yeah, buddy, yeah, buddy. Eh? Why are we being haunted by answers?
Here.
Oh, not this live, laugh, love BS again.
Feel.
I said no. No live, laugh, love BS.
Think.
Here, feel, think is just Eorzean live, laugh, love. It's gross, it's cringe. We're not suburban white moms who like tarot card readings,
The day
drinking
has
pumpkin
barely dawned,
spice.
my fellow earlier riser.
I mean, we do like pumpkin
Though
spice.
hardly alone in that.
And we're kind of suburban, but we're not a white
Still
mom.
sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Just a silly white big sister, cat girl. So no live, laugh, love, not even in Eorzea.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself.
Answers is, though, still such an insanely good song.
In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Ooh, I can't wait to see it. Also, like, my plan for what we're going to do once we finish the main story of Endwalker is, instead of immediately starting the post-expansion story, we are going to branch off and stream the raids. We're going to do the raids. We're going to do the quest lines for the bonus trials, like for the extra trials. I know Heavensward has the Warring Triad, Stormblood has the Four Lords, Shadowbringers has the Sorrow of Wurlit. I forget what Dawntrail Endwalker has. But we will do those. We will do the raids. And then once we have done those, get caught up, maybe get some shiny looking weapons, then we will do post.
Yet reaches you. I am glad.
Eh? Who are you?
Here. Feel.
Oh, not this again.
Think.
Eidolon? Are you Crystal Mommy?
And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light.
Okay, you are
guided
Crystal
by the
Mommy.
crystal.
You're pretty, at least. Yeah, I can't trust your word. You keep spouting this live, love crap.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that.
You bet your bippy I do.
You have gained an understanding of what I truly am. What Eidolon has always been. A primal.
Yeah, boy howdy was that a plot twist. One of the better plot twists in a game, honestly.
Zodiark was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world. And I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks.
Ayo, peepers.
Science, just over yonder.
Good peepers, good peepers.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar.
Yes, yes it does. I can't wait to see it.
We shall meet again, and soon.
Soon, TM.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
Yeah, let's go. I can't wait to see Charlian. Getting to see the new expansions hub zone's always so cool.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
Oh, the music.
There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, we're
I
pogging.
see it.
We're pogging for real. Oh, oh, that looks so good.
Home. Home at last.
Oh,
Maybe not in Father's eyes. But we'll manage on our own. If we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I pray.
Prithee. I like your funny words, Magic Man.
We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Heck yeah. Oh, let's go. Title card drop. Endwalker, let's go.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets.
Oh, this music is
Those
so good
days would send
too.
foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Ooh, and it's nighttime too, let's go.
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldesion, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
We shall. And once I can explore, I'm gonna get all the little aetheryte shards.
We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldesion at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Ishtola rule.
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Well, I can't really say artisan, because I haven't picked up any crafting.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter.
Haha, get dunked on.
And you, sir?
Estinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
If you'll allow me.
Cryo, let's go.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldesion, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every
You're being
confidence in my
rude,
chosen
Miss
company,
Official.
dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you all seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we?
That's enough of that. What do you mean? Why does my character... Girls have jiggle physics in real life, so... What a first time chat.
Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
Not just timeout. You are banned.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Like, seriously, what kind of first-time chatter are you? Why does my character have jiggle physics? I'm a small adult, that's why. Adults have breasts. Breasts move when you move. What kind of absurd question is that? Okay, now let's continue focusing on the story. Once we have claimed all of the Aetherites, and the main one specifically, must not forget to get the main one. There we go, now we can travel to and from Charlayan. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's all of them. Whoosh. Bam, bam, bam. Yeah, already this music is insanely good. I'm gonna put my happy face on because this is such good music. It's literally peak vibes. It's nice, it's cozy. I would listen to this just wandering around outside, going on a little adventure exploring. I would absolutely listen to this. Just idly traveling with no destination in mind. It's cozy. And I like cozy. Bam, 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 boo doo doo. One, two, three more, and that's all of them. Foggers. Foggy woggers. The absolute first objective that should be done upon entering any new major city. Making sure you can access all the teleports. So let's see, this is a... Okay, so this is the 515 weapons. I'm just gonna save that chest for tank. Because I don't think I have a... Yeah, I am really slacking on my tank here. But I mean, we are playing Reaper through this, so I could just use the level 80 gear chests I get for tank. Okay, that's the Levier Estate. You have attuned yourself to all the Aethernet shards in Old Charlayan. Let's go. That'll make getting here much faster. Boom. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Panaferno Stadium's first time in Charlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldesion Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. You may not be welcome at the Levier Estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherhead Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Ba-ba. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith. By thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh... Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Panifer, Charlene awaits. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. G'rahat'e is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Blop, blop, blop. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Oh, this is neat. So instead of following people, I am the one who leads. Cat, a lizard, a dog, and a potato. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Baldesion, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlene people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charleans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. That's neat. And here we are, the Last Stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlene tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. It's encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf. The prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer. So he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the Last Stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlayan. The one and only bastion of the culinary arts in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlene when it came to cheap and convenient Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetherhead Plaza. God, a nice burger sounds so good right now. Like... I've had to be a little bit more careful with what I eat since I had a tooth removed. So I haven't been able to have like a nice burger or something juicy and tender like that yet, and I'm suffering. I want an unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before I move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlene stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Charlene's largest marketplace. These little open-air bookstalls are so uniquely Charlean. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment? How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. Yeah, if you're anything like me, you're going to get distracted and sit there for 2 days just reading. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlene as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, and climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. See, I really like this, that you have NPCs following you around instead of you being the one following, and you could stop and there's layered info about various things while you're wandering. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charleans, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. These little decorative features are typical of Charlene architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. Okie dokie. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. Vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Charlian. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. First, we are going to admire the view. That is a really nice view. Man, look how tiny we are compared to everything. It's massive. So tempted to use my portal zoom, but I don't know if that gets me too far ahead of G'raha and Krile. I don't want to risk it. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this was where those who put ashore the Archon Nunecrypt built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Charlian families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends from House Leveillé. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldesion Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. Correct. After you, Pennifer. Sadly, so... This way, this way. This way. Look at it this way. This way. Okay. But yeah, being a min-height lizard girl, everything's gonna be big. Okay, good. I got my sprout icon back. And we go down here to the right. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesion Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive on the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We could take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Bam, bam, bam. I'm back, and I've brought Pennifer and Raha with me. You were right about the trip, then. Hello, G'raha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Pennifer. I've heard many tales of your exploits. Ujika? Ujika Sunjika? It's been an age. Allow me to introduce Ujika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldesion. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea has featured prominently in Krile and G'raha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we were engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as a base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fall. Through that door on the left there's the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you'll probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andren, so please feel free to make yourself at home. The nap rooms, perfect for an afternoon doze. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. Chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with the research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the engine just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Okay, I'm gonna BRB real quick so I can get up and stretch.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Serious crap gay! Frogs friggin' frogs! It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay! Frogs! Won't you fight for your life? Gay! Frogs friggin' frogs! I don't like a frog! Gay! Friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
And we are back. That was a good stretch. If I had my mic on, you would have heard my joints pop. Feeling refreshed and alert. Our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we?
Down to business? To defeat the Huns? Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons?
Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The Bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisoix. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Favner.
Ooh.
Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnairian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
Don't mind if I do.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte. But what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krile was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moanbreeder. Oh, Moony. Moan Brita was an authority in aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher in Kite. Ba 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 ba. Let's pick this one up as well. An unsettling change has come over Charlene, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlene's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day. But now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Okay, instead we're gonna go to Thavnair. We're going on an adventure. We could do the nerd thing and read. But no, we're going on an adventure. Adventure time. Come on, Dweebus. Good doggo. She horse on my chestnut till I cough her. Well now, this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Now to our knowledge, we're associates of Kryl of the students of Baldesion. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Eh? Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an Aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherytes, but the Aetherytes themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other. thereby facilitated travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlene and the other over in Yidlamad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties to Radzat Han, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum it up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. Magic imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true. And far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something does go awry. But it's plain that you aren't the most people. Mistress Kryl truly knows how to pick 'em. Well, this is gonna be interesting. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfsoon and Mistress Blowita not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their post. Their expertise is needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations, then head out to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Okie dokie. Yeah, this music is so good.
Right, we're all set.
And a voice cutscene, let's go. I can need more of my Pop-Tart.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please? Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing.
Huh?
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Huh?
What?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, that's a long ways to get teleported. That is a very long way. Oh, look at how pretty it is, though. It's so bright and vivid.
Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time.
Well, we seem fine.
What choice do you have?
Oh no, we're not fine at all.
What chance?
Oh boy, good golly gosh. Don't give me that look.
Such an insidious foe.
Don't give me that look, Estinian. God, look at how tiny I am. My feet don't even touch the ground. I'm so small, my feet don't even touch the ground.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Oh, what kind of note?
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone.
Oh, boy. Good golly gosh, this is not gonna end well. Oh, Thancred's in no shape to stop Estinian. So, pint-sized lizard girl will attempt. You manage to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? If I could figure out where he is. God, it feels like we're gonna throw up. Okay, I kind of tanked through that. Get dunked on. You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with aether sickness. By the Manusia, a traveler, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnair, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles? That's insane. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that is so urgent? Urgent, not urgent. Urgent isn't even a word. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. The merchant is swindling me. Ooh, sincere apologies here, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles. Okay, that's a better price. It's still kind of expensive, but better. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Well, that merchant's probably upsetty spaghetti that he didn't get to con us out of, what, 18,000 more gil? Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to Thea and Estinian and to the fine recruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Tataru's... Oh yeah, no, Tataru would have been... Tataru would have torn us a new one. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Tataru would have been so mad at us if we didn't stop Estinian from wasting money. Right. I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Oh. I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil? A steel, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphinaud can hold a candle to you. Oh yeah, absolutely. Tataru is gonna have to take out a double mortgage on the Rising Stones with the way Estinian wastes money. I expected the Azure Dragoon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Radz-at-Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arcasadara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radz-at-Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlamad? Absolutely. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Right. Let us split up and make inquiries in town. Pennifer, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Okay, so I'm gonna attune to the Aetheryte first, so I don't forget. Because I am notoriously forgetful, and have forgotten to attune to a great many Aetherites on stream. Okay, I probably shouldn't go west just yet. Ooh, fruit. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. Yeah, this place is so pretty. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats and moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports I've visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. Gina Lille. What am I doing? Oh, recording myself. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat like Khalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Khalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Salt Wind Sails, a harbor guild building across the water from here. Okie dokie, let's pay him a visit once we... Here's the last thing we need to interact with. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been given us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Nurnair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Well, that's unfortunate and a half. Those towers are the big spooky, though. The Dalmascans aren't coming? But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. You can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Gah, but this would be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Khalzal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, You're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Sorry. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Kazal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. You know, it got darker outside while that cutscene was going on, which kind of befits how poorly the cutscene went. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalazal too, did you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man and I dare not disturb him. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Exploring, adventuring. An adventurer, you say? And you travel the world helping people. Then, that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kalazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. Please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Gladly. I'm friendly. If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. I am willing. We'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, now, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedlamat. I will observe you and learn. Here's a person. Meruna. Let's see how poorly this goes. Or how well. Yes? Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. Had to come back, continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the raiding host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Heh. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Hooray! We succeeded! Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is shallows cod, delectable stewed coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Ba 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 ba. See, that's what you get for being friendly. When you're friendly and you treat people nice and you don't try to force things on them, you succeed. Succeed at what? Whatever you're trying to do. And thus the power of being friendly prevails. Let's see if we can't make 2 more sales. Didn't mean to do that. Pop. Hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some armor. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many armor for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late, I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas. But not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Oh, oops. Well, I kind of messed that up. Oh, at least she liked me. I may have not made a sale, but I'm still being friendly. Let's see if we can make 1 more sale at least. I think we've got this. We can make 1 more sale. Bazama. Oh, I don't want to talk. How much talk to this person? What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Ether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can, and while I still can, the better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. With that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. How about some fish with your supplies? They're fresh caught. Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad. But I don't want to go through the hassle of preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's ready to store. Oh boy, well... we made 1 sale at least. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. So even though we only made 1 sale, being friendly isn't good. Being friendly helps. Always be friendly. Also, I love that he's just stomping around behind us. Like we're just making quiet steps and he's going thump, 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 thump. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell 1 of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Calzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. No ships coming in and hardly any going out. There simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? Sorry, Matsuya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Calzal. Poor guy. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. So you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith that their houses are also called forth to the Lunar Primal. Business as usual for the Telephorai. That Matsuya fellow you were helping, he's Akasodara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? Probably not. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodar would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krau's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. I will indeed keep my peepers peepin'. Let's ride the motorcycle. Got quite a ways to go. Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh, that tower looks angry. Like that elephant. That elephant looks exceptionally angry. You do not see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help. Somebody help. Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. Oh boy. This way might be so... No, there is no safe direction to go. There is spicy elephants everywhere. And then there's these chumps. Get clowned on, nerds. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arkasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should not. But you should take care to not to travel alone. A question, if I may. "'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell?" Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, in full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge, and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Achiali? Fish does sound good. Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can't be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though, indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do owe to study their religious traditions to Achiali. Oh, it's up there, okay. Woo, 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 woo. Welcome to Akiali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want to fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Menusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, say? That's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces and the Murga the limbs of men. Interesting. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts three of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? Three sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindaruva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and she is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkasadara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It is said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler Radz-at-Han, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. Claimed to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right. I believe it's time we sought our Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work further north along the coast. Let's go, more adventuring. Bum bum bum. Did you say you're going to see Nidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding, and did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day, and those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Someone's in love. Methinks. Oh boy, northeast. If I had to guess, it's probably up there at that temple. I'm gonna go grab it real quick. Okay, so we only have to do 4 for here, 4 for these zones. Saka. Is it? Oh, good golly gosh, it's not here, it's down there. I can't get there yet. So there's got to be another one on this side of the island. Probably further north. I can't get down there yet. So we will go this way, this way. And behold, another Aetheryte to attune to. Okay, either these people are dead or they're just taking a random nap in the middle of the city or settlement. I'm going to assume they're not all dead and they're just napping.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Boy, howdy.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Oh, that is awesome.
Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ooh, hee hee, haha, that is indeed me.
Celebration. Praise be to Cinderova.
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Oh boy, howdy. Estinian, run!
Speaking of dragon blood,
Run, Estinian. They're worse than Kryl.
I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
So help me.
Oh dear, you're
Poor Estinian.
What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement.
Poor Estinian.
No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile,
Poor,
shall we
poor
find a quiet
guy.
place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Poor guy. He just got mobbed by like a dozen alchemists and they just dragged him off. But that was funny as heck. That was pure comedy right there. I haven't laughed like that on stream in quite a bit. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist with ours. Though Quirrell herself is tied up with another investigation, Pennifer is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales prove the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here's where you and your Blessing of Light come in. Whatever it is, leave it to me. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission of course. Gladly. I like science. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Is it this way? This way. This way, this way. Get it this way. Okay. Drunken Deepa. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and manliest sleepless night, the Drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I will be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. This is cute, it's just hippity hopping along. Readying, Aether, please stand back. Okay, you shouldn't be here for this puppy. Warning, discharging Aether. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Readying Aether. Please stand back. Ready to discharge. Warning, discharging Aether. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Bowels? So you're saying Aether sickness risks me vomiting up my lunch and crapping myself? That's unfortunate. Well, I'm glad we're not getting sick. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Oh, believe me, Deepa, I'm always braced. I'm always braced. That's what these braces are for. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Oh, she's literally right here. Oopsies. Ah, you've returned, and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the Deepa off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its Aether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? And the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your Aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, a talisman requires the use of special ink, but we've exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arcasadora travel alone at our own peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'll be a good escort. I like fighting. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. No, we absolutely do not do follow for follow here. I do not farm follows. If people follow me, it's because they want to follow me, not because I am farming follows. We do not do follow for follow, that is cringe. And again, you didn't specify what Discord, which leads me to believe it's my Discord. And if so, well, no, it's not my Discord. As far as I can tell, at least. I don't know. I don't know who you are, where you came from, or why you're asking, but no, we do not follow for follow. That is, in fact, particularly cringe. And I didn't want to get caught up in checking my Discord while I'm streaming anyways, but now you got me, because Again, I don't know what server you came from. But I do not follow for follow. I follow who I want to follow. Simple as that. I don't demand people follow me. I don't ask people to, I will ask for follows. I won't demand it. I won't follow farm. And you weren't even a first-time chatter, so you've been here before, so... Again... What makes you think I participate in follow for follow? Okay, I'll unban you, but you're gonna get timed out. For 10 minutes, I think that is. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're alright, I hope? Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. Boy howdy, am I having an interesting stream of chatters today. So far I've had one good chatter who, honestly, I like having around. They've not really said too much, but they are clearly a Final Fantasy XIV player, and that's always nice. Up. but I've had a first-time chatter that was unfortunate, and someone who's apparently chatted here before in things I participate in follow for follow. Yeah, I don't mind lurking. Lurkers are as valid as a chatter. Because I am yapping a lot. This game has so much yapping to do. So I don't mind if people are just lurking and listening into my ceaseless yapping. And here we are, Kajaya's footsteps. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once if she would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. I think my goal for stream today will be the first dungeon, and I know we've got a fair bit to go because we have to do the Charlian section after this. And I don't know how much more of this we have left, but it's fun, it's good content, we're learning a lot. The music's great, the locations are great, it's great so far.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets.
Oh great, Coconut Head is back.
I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh something? Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
Go away, Coconut Head. Nobody wants you.
And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Can't catch me, nerds. I'm too fast. Lizard on the run. Jennifer, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you're both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when I last looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urian Jane told everyone about the tempering cure and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to attend to this if you'd like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Jennifer, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The Corvée where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose upon you once more? Gladly, I'll go on an errand. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? By all means. Do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Bum, bum, bum. Birds! Big, chunky, fat little birds. Here are a Hamsa, Pennifer. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make her the outpost we set forth at your word. You are ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let's go. We need some silly music to go with this. I should set up a Yakety Sax toggle that, like, whenever we're doing, like, silly things like riding on mounts, we could just play it and it'll play that song. Oh, I'm not gonna be able to read this fast enough. It goes by way too fast for me to be able to read it. I've also been meaning to make a toggle that'll play epic music for fights in other games. So that if I'm in a really epic fight, but the music isn't as interesting, then I could just toggle on some good music. And here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the frontline of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor too often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow was faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain she is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but I still worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of her. Permit me to introduce Pennifer Rose of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? Abysmal. It is suggested you exchange information with our soldiers. Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. Excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of our hours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same elsewhere, everywhere. Every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. I've heard about you. Visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telepharoi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing it? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. Well, I mean, they want to die and they want us to die. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. That's the spirit. Because, like, what kind of sick freak wants to die and wants to take everybody with them? You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This tower up Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. You're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, are you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Poorly. Our struggles are not unique. Then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radzat Han ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. Come, you had best see to your original errand. As matter will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. On the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Okay, we're writing that again. So I'm gonna BRB, need to grab a drink, need to stretch.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Okie dokie, we are back, but first I'm gonna set up something. Let's see. Media source. Drag this down so it doesn't pop up over everything. Hide it so it's not immediately playing. Game capture. Properties. Start playback when it's active. Yes. That's. And I can go to settings, keys. now that it's actually shown. Just the volume and that. Monitor output so I can hear it too. Okay, so that's that. Now we have comedy whenever we want to, whenever I have to write on something in a game. This thing is it's so silly looking. This fat bird looks so dumb. This is... It's funnier than I thought I was going to be, having this music play while we're writing on this fat, chunky bird. Okay, that was funny. I'm going to get so much use out of that, and it's going to be so funny every time we have an excuse to use it. This is indeed the Giant Skull Ground, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemist, you say? But of course they shall have it. He labored tirelessly to deal with the tower, and it's just the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are. A sack with the purest giant skull. He always set some aside for alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the Great Work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. So it seems my companions in my FC are making funny jokes out of the auto-translate function, which is always funny because there's so much good with auto-translate. Alright, I need to check this. That actually seems... Oh, it's no... Oh, it's right there. Okay, so I knew there was 2 in this area. I'd say the funniest non-combo auto-translate message is just, I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. I don't know why that exists, but it is endlessly funny. Like, whenever I join... It's like, whenever, like, it's always fun, like, you join, like, a dungeon or a raid, and, like, you just immediately post, I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. It's so dumb, but it's so funny. I seem to have misplaced my keyboard. That is the kind of comedy I am all for. Just really dumb, silly little jokes. Oh boy, there's a lot of these, and they're splooging everywhere. That's gross. We're gonna go around. Another funny combo is... Because in the game, combat classes are called jobs, same with like crafting stuff. So if you put Disciple of the Hand, which are the gatherers, no, Disciple of the Hand's the crafters. If you put that, you can then put job next to it, so it looks like Disciples of the Hand job, and that's funny. It is pretty funny. Welcome back, Pennerford. Dear, I hope you have the giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it'll be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts?
Among Us? Is that an Among Us reference?
There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see? Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last!
Oh boy.
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless. Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore.
Is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. I hope the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. This place is spooky.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance. A few more steps. Glory to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets. What? Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid.
I am gonna shove my scythe so far up your ass, Coconut Head.
My, such hostility. Never before has my artistry...
What were you fucking expecting? A smile?
My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Vandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Vandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Vandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allagan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
Huh? Pardon the fuck?
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled.
and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
Okay, these guys are assholes.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation, slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth, majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell.
You wouldn't have been missed if you did.
As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
God, I hate him so much. Ah, you are returned, but where is Mistress Nidhana? Manusia preserved, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Well, this will hopefully end this part shortly. And I think the other half is not as long. So we should still be able to do the first dungeon this stream. Like, at least we know the talismans work. And not just work, but work extremely well. And I will definitely off-stream do the blue side quest that I know will get to be some Aether Currents. Because I want to keep up on the currents. Like, do the quests when there are quests, get the currents in each zone, and not actually dwindle on getting flying. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. You must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation Nidhana's colleague concluded. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she is alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. That's the spirit. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of the warding skills with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. Just bit my tongue. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radz-at-Han for an audience with His Excellency? Why not? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds and I will show you into the city. That was weird. I had a little twitch in my head and I bit my tongue. That hurt. But yeah, I can't say that I would ever recommend having to get a tooth extracted. Because it was Wednesday when it was taken out, it's Sunday now, it's been... Thursday... 4.5 days since, and I'm still suffering. The sutures are still in, fortunately, but there's still plenty of pain, plenty of soreness, plenty of drooling. I mean, I've always had an issue with drooling, it's just been worse. Like, I always have had a problem with producing too much saliva. And like, with this gap, I keep getting food stuck in it, and it's annoying the crap out of me. I want, like, the ideal thing would just be to continue eating soft foods like applesauce. But there's only so much applesauce I can eat in one sitting before I need something else. So I'm gonna suffer through eating actual food and having to clear out this dumb gap, and again, I don't know if the dentist wants to do anything about the gap, if they want to do an implant or anything. I might be stuck with this gap forever. And that'll suck. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Like, this gap is big enough I could fit a jelly bean and a half in it comfortably. Not that I would. You have to be really, really careful with eating. Because normally I would just chew on either side of my mouth indiscriminately. But I can't anymore. At least with all its healing, I can't be indiscriminate on what molars I use for chewing. And I mean, even after it heals, using the left-sided chew is gonna suck because I'm gonna chew and the food is gonna get stuck in the gap.
Subject to the scrutiny of gods. The gates
And it's just going to be annoying.
Which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Like, I really don't think I will ever get comfortable having this gap.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun.
Like, the only feasible options for treating it are an implant to just put something in the gap, or braces to pull the tooth flush against the other teeth and straighten the rest of my teeth. But option 2 I can't do because that is expensive. I don't have the $4,000 to $5,000 or more it would cost. Nor do I make enough money off of streaming to be able to afford monthly payments on it. Like, it would be nice to get braces again eventually just to straighten my teeth, as they are exceptionally crooked, but I don't know if and or when I'll have that kind of money. Maybe at some point I could run a personal donathon to just try to raise money for medical needs. Because I know I've done a charity one. I've been actually doing a few charity ones, and I made decent little bit of money, but I'm not a big streamer.
Here we are, Megadota. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it's not up to us. Still, we'll have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
God, it's been what? How many hours since I took a pain med? I took one at 11 12. That's 5 hours. The pain med should still work for another few hours. I could probably get through the rest of the stream without having to take a pain med break.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzatan. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale.
That fruit looks so good.
To be recognized in person. Thus did I have
I wish I could have
convey
fruit.
you here forthwith. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on
Fruit, like, all that fruit looks so good. I couldn't even have an orange if I wanted.
I think not.
Huh? Got me distracted me from my tangent is standing in.
This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Baldesion, but you are known to me.
Oh.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted.
Ah, so that's the Vritra from the trailer.
Vritra of the First Brood, sibling to Hraesvelgr and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgardsormr's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with the dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. but never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radz at Han.
But if Vitra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
a charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my whim.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with wards fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warmblood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz at Han. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the 4 of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radzat-Han, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Okay, now we can start the second half of this. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Sharlayan and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Azat. Oh. And if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aether right here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. I have... Yes. Friendly reminder, but I have. Okay, and before we turn this quest in, we will instead start the other section so we can turn in both ending quests at the same time. Oh, Lord, it'd be foggy. Oh, good golly gosh, I have a lot of stuff to get rid of. Okay, I have that for tank. That I should... How long have I been holding that? So that's my tank gear. And then that'll be tank weapons, so I could maybe preserve those for something. Holy crap, am I hoarding a lot. I need to get rid of so much stuff. I know I can donate the materia to the Domain restoration, the Enclave restoration stuff. I know I just have to donate a bunch of stuff to them weekly. I get money back for it. My directions are easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of Numenon, Sharlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, where the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Agubal Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Sharlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I have dispatched Y'Stal and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alice and Alphinaud will help me continue my search for the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance, even though there should be a number of books which touch upon Sharlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I told the others to meet us at stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading. Let's go! It's time to be a nerd! Knowledge! Long, long ago, on an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Roegadyn man by the name of Nunkremph. Nunkremph was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. That arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Nunkremp's crew hauled them aboard his ark. The danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Nunkremph wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Nunkremph gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island, and settled upon that very spot. That settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Sharlayan we live in to this day. Fascinating. More books. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Sharlayan colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. With the rumor spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Sharlayan colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants pressed for a name that simply referred to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Well, that was an interesting read, but that was no help whatsoever. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A large number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. That was relevant info. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but of the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us to be a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few, indeed, who can explain in satisfactory detail why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alag came closest to understanding the laws which govern that starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read of their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field of study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in the distant past? That their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly but measurably as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Are you eager to learn more? Well, that's not relevant to what I'm trying to find, interesting as it is. I don't think that's going to be relevant either. Not that I mind continuing to softly narrate the books. Seems relevant. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Noonkrep, founder of Charlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the Northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlayans took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born of strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlayan would live by the founder's teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. Okay, that was relevant. Are there perhaps any other books aside from the one I know I skipped? No, okay. Yo, 420. We've been streaming for 420. Let's go. Blaze it. Sorry, were you waiting long? Nah. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Carl should also be along shortly. I was delayed in similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so we have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? you miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlene, we were not to be allowed across the threshold. Cringe. Harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, G'raha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Elsebard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Koros, a coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Allagans founded a city in that fertile land, and my ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Miqo'te to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Koros braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Koros under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of... Oh, I didn't mean to skip that. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald remains renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born of the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends and the students of Baldesion, who had me registered as a Charlene citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlians than you might think. Yet regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, that's quite a word. With sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Hear, hear. Another good reason to get to the bottom of the Forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Pennifer. More company should be arriving any moment now. Gladly, you do some reading and I'll just chill. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say, the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Krile has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we will be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent Forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amaurot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Gladly. Thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion, meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Y'shtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated? That's also a funny word. Promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? Yes, the Amaranthines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually, it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarat was spared. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, and must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? So the third one's kind of funny, and it's tempting to pick, but I'm going to pick the correct one. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to surrender unto Zodiac, trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vana and her fellows not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophoroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. This is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Once more, we wait. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced 1 or 2 possibly useful books. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the sources of reflections from the Garoon oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed Apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. 'Tis even less likely that knowledge of the Uncharted world Not to mention the horrors of the final days would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be the Archons or Counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuno with knowledge of the Telephoron and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know that the final days were truly upon us. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I mean, I don't mind reading. I'm a nerd. Reading's what I love. Among other things. I have lots of things I love. Okay, I was like, do we have to click once more? No, we're done with that. We can talk to Kryl. Oh dear, you look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? And the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break, Pennifer? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Ah, coffee. I can't have coffee right now. Like, I can't have, not supposed to eat anything like acidic, anything like that'll aggravate the healing gums. A nice cup of coffee would be so good, though. It's not terribly often that I have coffee. I don't drink it too much. And even when I do have it, I usually get it sweetened. God, a cup of coffee would be so tasty right now. Maybe a nice tangy fruit tart, but I also can't really have tangy sour fruits. Which also sucks because I select stuff like cherry, raspberry, orange, lemon. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Chalaparoi. Might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Okay, I have little sis following me. Let's go. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We were simply wondering if you knew of the Chalaparoi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear and... Wait, you're that House Levier girl, aren't you? And this woman with you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've not to say to... Okay, you're a dick. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one as so enlightened. Yeah, I'm gonna make an angry gesture at you. You're annoying. You're rude. Quite rude, even. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telephorai and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the forum, and if word reached Master Fortuno that I was helping you. I see, we're sorry to have bothered you. Well... okay, looks like everybody's going to be extremely useless. Go figure. Welcome, madame. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alisaie I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated. And I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with the situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortuno may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? You have questions and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can. Whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was where I could do to help. But maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? And few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea to ask. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I'm down. I'm friendly. Friendliest soul you'll ever meet. That's the spirit. Pay attention now and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend of hers. Behind them, you should see a Mikote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Oh, I've never had lobster, and I honestly would love to try. Ooh. Howdy, howdy, merry melody and raiders. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're all having a fantastic day. Those of you who do not know me, I am Penny. I am everyone's big sister. I love to live to love, and love you all. What were we up to today? Our stream is going great so far. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Chalafa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Ooh, Pokemon Scarlet is such a fun game. Ah, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in, no time, no waste. What's that? The Telophoroi? Ah, yes, I remember seeing that name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best stay out of it, I say. The forum made the right choice and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Not a problem. You enjoy your rest and thank you for the lurk. I'm definitely gonna need to figure out why my raid dance thing kind of screws up my facial tracking. Yeah, I can figure that out later. Now, lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimmed and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Final days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. Must be a busy time to be a cleaner. Oh, and another raid. Thank you, Outbark, for the raid. Welcome, welcome, raiders. For those of you who do not know me, I am Penny. I am the internet's big sister. I love to live to love, and love you all. What were we up to today on stream? You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't got here in Sharlayan. Priceless books, unusual life specimens, and so forth. Oh, fun. I hope the image queue was good. What part of the game are you in? Oh, okay, Shadowbringers. I am an Endwalker, so if you want to lurk and not get spoiled anything, I don't mind lurkers. Lurkers are great, and I definitely don't want to spoil you on anything. But yeah, Shadowbringers is great. I had a lot of fun with Shadowbringers, and I hope you're enjoying Shadowbringers as well. So named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Another raid? Jeez. Wow, 3 raids in a row. Holy crap. Hi, Cobble. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. Wow, 3 raids in a row. Jeez. For those of you who do not know me, I am Penny. I am the internet's big sister. I love to live to love, and love you all. What were we up to on stream today? So named for those folk who trail after... Oh, I read that. By all accounts, cleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. Ooh, Minecraft. Minecraft is always fun. If these Telophoroi make good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the Gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before, not like this. In fact, since y'all raided me 3 times in a row, I think you've earned... I wanna see you out that door, baby, ba ba ba. I wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye. I really wanna make it tough. I just wanna tell you that I had enough. It might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye. And the part 2 of it. I wanna see you out that door. Bye, bye, bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye. I really wanna make it tough. I just wanna tell you that I had enough. It might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie. Bye, bye, bye. Oh, that one? Timing on that one was a little off, but yeah. I still love those redeems so much. I had fun setting them up, and I always have fun using them. Yeah, they're two of my fun little channel point redeems. I also have... Pat, which also makes me purr, and that's another one I think that's my most recent one. Also have Yeet, and I will also give a free Ragdoll. Oh, where did my teddy bear go? That's a problem. I ragdolled myself so hard my teddy bear's gone. So let's get her back real quick. Can't very well stream without her at my side. At least when we're in cozy mode. Oh no, right, because it resets the idle pose I was using back to generic, so I just have to change the pose again. Okay, there we go. It just changes the pose. I just have to reset it real quick. Yeah, you have... Well, lurking, you'll get more Bratnip. And the fun part about being the streamer is I have infinite Bratnip, so I can use all of my redeems whenever I want for free. Not a problem. You go enjoy your dinner and your lurk. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. I will gladly take care of your community for you. Thank you for entrusting them to me. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Yeah, let's go, coffee! But let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. God, ever since I had my tooth removed, I've been having more issues with speaking. Sindragosa, that's a World of Warcraft dragon, I think. If I remember right. Yes, this should do nicely out of the wind and out of sight. And I mean, it's snowing. Honestly, a nice cup of coffee in the snow is amazing. Like, I like when it snows because I can just make a trip out to get a cup of coffee and just watch the snow and enjoy the cold, wintry weather.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in, that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Sharlayan? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. When he demanded what just to come as the sacrifices we were making in war, I honestly didn't know what to say.
Holy crap, that's 4 raids in a row. Jeez, you guys are crazy. Howdy, howdy, Porky and Raiders. Welcome, welcome. I hope you had a fantastic stream. For those of you who do not know me, I am Penny. I am the internet's big sister. I love to live to love, and I love you all. What were we up to today?
Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been, how being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family.
Also, it looks like the raid kind of screwed up my facial expression, so I'm going to give you all a... I wanna see you out that door, baby, bye, 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 bye. I wanna be a fool for you, just another player in your game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie, baby, bye, bye, bye. I really wanna make it tough, I just wanna tell you that I had enough. It might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie, baby, bye, bye, bye. But yeah, I hope you had a fun stream. What were you up to today?
If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently.
Man, I think this is the first time that I have been raided by 4 people in a row. Like, not even 5 minutes has passed between each raid.
Goods to Labyrinthos.
This must be what it feels like to be a big streamer.
A vast complex beneath the island. Sharlayan is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples.
Oh, and my teddy bear disappeared again. I need to bring it back. Need to bring her back. I might just need to get rid of the raid dance because that kind of screws up my facial expressions and my current pose. It's just a little annoying, but I also have the music playing and everything. It's that, and my teddy bear is back. Let's go.
Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment. When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And Gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
But yeah, I'm not in the stream anytime soon. We're gonna quest through Labyrinthos, and then we're gonna do the first dungeon. And the first dungeon will be our stream endpoint, as we typically do. One dungeon per stream when doing the main story. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Numenon and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Whoosh. Where's my dog at? I distinctively remember having a fluffy little dog following me. Minions. There you are. Second good pupper. Wait, right, we have to go up the stairs. Zoop. My Final Fantasy XIV streams usually last 4 to 5 hours, depending on how long it takes to quest enough to do a dungeon. But this is the start of Endwalker, so it's gonna take considerably longer, because there's 2 sections of quests to do. We've already done the first section. Welcome back, Panifer. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden insignificant increase in Gleaner trafficking in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Panifer and Alice had learned from at the Last Stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlayans know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive end. In which case, Our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves. And if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. A fine idea. I'm glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Thank you, Raha. Let's head down the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Who needs stairs when you could teleport? Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you may find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Well, I mean, you're the one I'm following. You're being kind of slow. You're slower than my walking speed, Alice. Try to keep up. I'm a Reaper. I'm also significantly faster than you, and I'm not even sprinting. Though it might be because I'm jogging. Okay, now we're moving at the same speed. Yeah, I was jogging. That's why I was going faster. And that is still such a nice little feature that whenever you sprint, you could jog afterwards, so that you still move faster, just not as fast as sprint. Here we are, through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the chart back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry, otherwise we should keep moving. Yeah, I did. I'm just gonna make sure real quick. I know I got the prompt that said you have attuned to all the shards, but... Yeah, I did, okay. I'm forgetful. Very forgetful, as always. I'd honestly forget my glasses if they weren't perched upon my face. We're all here now, yes? We're taking the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. Let's go, baby! Oh, level 83 off of that, let's go! Just from getting a little bit of experience for opening a new part of the map. Ba, 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 ba. And that's also an insanely nice thing that you get experience for exploring the map and filling it in. Small bits, but it does add up over time.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
Oh, this music's jaunty. I like it.
Exist those who consider the floor an extension of
Nice
the
and
bookshelves.
cheery.
And this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation.
Oh, look at the sheep.
Knowledge buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
This place is so pretty.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing. But I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma. It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
Did you call to me just now?
No.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Let's. Okay, there is no aetherite. Aether current. That away, so we'll head there eventually. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore. Oh, skip that. And fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in labyrinthos, you know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, so... They just did one a few summers ago even, then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion? Let me think. Reese seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snowball berry 1060, or were they 1061? My head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risks mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Earthen carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? Is that a cute bunny boy I spy? That is a cute bunny boy. You here to help or give me more headaches? because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. He is a very cute bunny boy. Any luck, Pennifer? What tales do the Gleaners have to tell? Everybody is busy as crap and stressed out, so what they had to say. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You were right. Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who tasked them to do it. If you're game, Pennifer, I have an idea. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help him capture such creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. I'll catch some marmots. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. Compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. Yeah, I'll go catch some marmots for the cute bunny boy. Anything to make him happy and less stressed. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. The name is Erenvel, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Naxian marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack, gently of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. First things first. Now I have a free little bit of spicy damage. East? I thought you said west. Marmots. That's a grizzled mouse. Let's see. Get clowned on. That took off half your health. That took off the other half. Oh, you sucker. I see how it is. Gonna make me waste that. I'll just mark that down. Where is the mouse? Here it is. Okay, we are ready to fight whatever is trying to capture this mouse and probably chase it again. Watcha! Oh, troll. Come here, you. Get in the bag. Gosh darn it. At least we don't have to fight this time, I think. It just says capture the... find the mouse, use the rat sack on it. Oh, don't tell me it's up the hill. It's up the hill. Of course it's up the hill. Just drive around the troll. Haha. You are trapped. Ain't no way you are escaping. Ha ha ha. How did you fare? I tracked around through the pack, just leaves one unaccounted for. I got your mouse right here. There's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Yeah, who tasked you to capture them anyways? Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos now, and in perpetuity. Same officials who have had us working day and night of late, the honorable members of the forum, who else? Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those are the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Pennifer. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are ye folk anyway? I'm Kryl of the Students of Baldesion. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and get a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. Aw, don't go, cute bunny boy. I like talking to you. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We've also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophori made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it into effect. And that Telophori's declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Cryo? What's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Are you sure about that? Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed the path east through the forest where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. And that's our first aetheryte. Let's go. I also need to be on the lookout for aether currents. Okay, so it's probably at Mistloom. Okay, of course it's up there. Of course it's up there where I was previously, so... Let us attempt to sneak around the troll. And... Okay, we got around those two. Splat. Behold the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, and access points to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlene's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed to the main building and speak with the custodian. I'm gonna go grab the aetheryte so I don't forget. Ooh. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not Gleanerson. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesion, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vault, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? Of course not. That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. Well, at least she's being polite about it. By that time, it will be too late and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Students of Baldesion. Or he's not being polite anymore. I don't like that. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Oddest little squirrel, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Ah. Let's that. Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a cleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. Oh, please let it be our lovely bunny boyfriend. Please let it be the cute bunny boy. It is. Oh, that thing scared the crap out of me. That thing literally made me jump. I don't like that. You are rude. You scared me. Quiet. You're frightening it away. I can be quiet. It's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloud I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. Hawk Tour, dart on that thing. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. Sadly, I can Hawk Tour dart on that thing, easy. Chewy. It's gotta be this one. What do you mean the wrong bird? Okay, then we try again. I mean, what's so wrong with sedating the wrong bird? I put a bunch of them to sleep. It's not that. Is it that? Okay, I did hit the right bird that time.
Fair shot.
Oh, his voice is cute too.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
I love this guy already. I've only known him for 10 minutes, but if anything happened to him, I would kill everybody in this room and myself. In-game.
There you are. Any new revelations?
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
the restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Oh, getting to talk to you is the reward enough. Your existence is reward enough.
It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
So almost certainly not somewhere I can get from here. At least not until we head down. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Oh, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though it might be wise to leave some distance between us, we don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Okay, so let's ride the Moondog. That's a weird looking mushroom. Punk. Okay, yeah, I didn't think we were gonna get to sneak around that one like that. Almost did. Ha ha ha. Howdy, howdy, Mozzie. I am indeed winning. I'm having a pretty alright day. I hope you're having a good day. Okay, a quick BRB chat. Be about like a minute or two.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay! Serious crap gay! Frogs friggin' frogs! It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay! Frogs! Won't you fight for your life? Gay! Frogs friggin' frogs! I don't like a frog! Gay! Friggin' frogs! Frogs! Friggin' frog crap! Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny! I'm gonna say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay! Frogs friggin' frogs! I don't like a frog! say it real slow for you. I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay. Do you understand that? Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Serious crap gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay. Frogs. Won't you fight for your life? Gay. Frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay. Friggin' frogs. Frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Yeah, you know, I can't believe he said it either, but it's funny. It's funny and it's comedy. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for Great Migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the areas of research projects. Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind bonks from friends. Or from just people in general. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Yes, a VR chat in Miku Miku Dance World had the gay frogs animation as a meme dance, so I thought, oh, this would make a perfect BRB screen. I just recorded it, edited it a little to trim out any extra bits, and now it's perfect. Oh, look at the food. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Mariel Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. This is the facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic he'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. 'Tis possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers, the rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. I must see the grapes. The grapes. Formerly Square Grapes. I remember when Endwalker first came out. The grapes were such a meme because everybody saw them and they were square. They were square shaped and it was funny and everybody just memed on it, called them the squapes, square grapes. It's still funny. I miss the square grapes. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to our particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested as you might expect. Used to be called Koros before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amoenus. The forum sought not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. Grapes. And look at this, the wheat. Like, everything looks so much better since the graphics update. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. Oh, I can imagine. Okay, there was just somebody here and then they disappeared. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Now with the use of the lift being restricted, how did you make it down here anyway? Mines. Mineshaft, you say? Well, you were much harder your soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has its filling order lists a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all will be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Boxes. Boxes where? That's not a box, that's a tomato. That's an interesting looking flower. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby.
as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change color. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Sharlayan at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin. To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Thank you for the interesting explanation, because these are interesting flowers.
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we've failed to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Archaeum? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Crier?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
Almost. I can almost reach you.
Is Kryl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. Cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenvel was headed westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Boy howdy, this quest name does not leave me feeling well. Hold a moment, I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthus' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenvel and the company said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only G'raha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Oh boy. Hippity hop, my little toads. Oh my god, I'm Koki. Your Stola just turned us all into Koki. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenvel. Should you feel the magic fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you were to learn or anything of note. I get to be the boss lady. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Hippity hoppity, get off my property. Alpha Toad and Alice. I love that. Alpha Toad and Alitoad. So that make me Toadifer, Frogger. And this lasts for half an hour at least, so there's no worry. I could wander around aimlessly and do nothing and we'd not lose this. But I suppose that's why it lasts half an hour, because we do have to evade enemies. Gotta be sneaky frogs. Dang, I tried to use dance, and we don't have a dance. It would have been funny if we could have just done, like, a silly little dance. I mean, yeah, I figured. Oh, is there a way to get up there from here? Or mayhap we go this way. Well, this is 100% risky biscuits. I'm gonna attempt it anyway. I don't know if we can outrun those. Honestly, I should have had Yakety Sax on this whole time because it would have been funny.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Sharlayan scholars and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Sharlayan was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
Oh, he knows him.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Well, at least we've fooled those Forum toadies. That's honestly really who we were trying to fool. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Telephore's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we will learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krile for the moment, see what they think of this. I think this is the last quest for this section. This means we will shortly be up to the dungeon. Goodbye, dumb toad. Ooh, thank you for the follow, Ulfrey. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. Well thank you. I'm glad you like my VTuber model and my voice. Hehe. We should share this with Krile and discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision, in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas just in case she decided to wander. I've always been a fan of Final Fantasy XIV, and it happens to be a game where there is a lot of unvoiced text for me to read out. And it does tend to be more taxing on my voice, which is why I do it once a week. Because any more than that, and I would probably burn out my voice. But I do love the game. It's fun. The story's cool. The music's great. And there's an... because they had 13 different stories they wanted to tell, and so they made 13 other games too. So technically this is the 4th expansion, so this is the 5th story of this game. Because the base game was... Actually, no, it's the 6th, because there was the original version of the game. Then they completely set the original version on fire and built A Realm Reborn from New, which was the 2nd story. Then we got the 1st expansion of Heaven's Word, 2nd expansion of A Stormblood, 3rd expansion of Shadowbringers, and this, the 4th expansion of Endwalker, so 6 stories, and the next expansion, Dawntrail, that's currently out, is the 7th story. And yeah, like, they've had so many different stories they wanted to tell over the years, so they've just made so many other Final Fantasy games. And they're all great games. Like, there's a couple MMOs, if you like that. If you don't, there's countless... There's, like, regular RPGs.
you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Oh, no sorries. I love terrible jokes, and most of my jokes are terrible as they are, so this is a terrible joke-friendly place. And yeah, 6, 7, and 8 are all real good games. Even though they've remade 7 like 10
I
times.
hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but
Like 7 has had so many remakes and remasters. And then there was the Advent Children movie, which I actually enjoyed.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well.
Yeah, I've heard the remake is extremely long, but also an insanely good game, so I'm definitely gonna check it out at some point.
Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free, to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy, surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
that was all too brief.
I've played Final Fantasy XIV almost every Sunday since I started this new character last October, I think it was. So we're steadily getting close to a year of Final Fantasy XIV streams, which, geez, that's a lot of streams.
My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Oh boy. Oh, it's him again.
Master Forsha! Archino, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back
Yeah,
to
they all use like really fancy speak, especially some of them. It's really charming.
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the
I mean, I am 30 and I don't speak like this. I'm ancient and
But enough.
if I spoke like this, I would probably turn 90 in a second. And I'm already old enough as it is. I don't want to be even older. Not yet. I turned 31 this year. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm 30. It surprises everyone. But yeah, I'm 30. I was born in 94. Like, nobody believes that that I'm actually 30, but like, if I was gonna lie about my age, I'd say that I was like 21 or something. Because like, who lies and says they're 30? That's silly. But I am in fact 30, unfortunately. And I suppose that's a good thing that I sound like I could be in my early 20s still.
Forgive me. I was careless.
Yeah, I suppose I should take that as a compliment that I sound younger than I am. Because that at least makes me feel younger.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Well, I'm glad to hear you like my voice.
As you are all aware,
Hmm.
we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policy-making process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed...
Yeah, like, if you've not... No, if you don't know what led up to this, then it's like, yes, something important, something dangerous, just nods along, not understanding one bit.
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge reserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's...
God, yeah, like, a summary of this in Zoomer speak would be funny.
The vast resources diverted for this purpose
borders on the obscene.
The Sigma Rizlord wants to set the world on fire. It's not very skibbity.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore.
He has no Riz at all, no Gyat to speak of. It's not very skibbity.
Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
It upsets children and teenagers to hear someone as old as me using things like skibbity and Riz and mogging, and it brings me joy to terrorize them like that.
Father, Master Fortuno, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these Scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
I like this old man.
While our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No.
Like sometimes I'm at the mall and I'm passing some teenagers over like, that wasn't very skibbity while I'm looking at my phone, and I know it just hurts them. Oh, it hurts them so much, and it's funny. I'll just pretend I'm looking at my phone and feel like that wasn't very skibbity.
Order! We will have order!
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
I honestly don't know, but I mean, he counted in favor, so I'm going to accept his judgment and not question it. Cheating is good if it's for my benefit. Hehehehe. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the Ethereal Sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlayan. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their action in plain words? Survival, come what may. His father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Alphino? Alice? It is you. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Ayo? Millions Levier at your service. And you fine people must be the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches farther that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuno are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. You'll be back at the Annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Hennifer, do you think? Hennifer? The Hennifer Rose? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Well, I can't say no. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying the hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Oh, I did try to do voices for each character at one point, but there's so many characters, I just forgot the voices I was doing. Some of the characters I do still try to do voices for, but there's just so many characters. Jennifer, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Yeah, she is gorgeous. Yeah, my character, yeah, it was the same with me. It's like, oh, she's pretty. I hate that she's married. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Like, the sad part is, she's married. And we know their father's kind of rude. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Pennifer? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? It's not like I can say no, and I don't want to say no. Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, yeah, never mind. The Levier estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Yeah, time to use my main character powers to make her husband disappear. Sorry, twins, I'm your new daddy. When Alisaie and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alf and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Yeah, you guys have two mommies now, deal with it. I honestly don't think they would mind that much. Maybe. And here you are at last. Please, do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what her voice sounds like.
What? What are you gawping at? Oh, gods, please don't. It makes me feel like a spoiled princess.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit.
Oh, I like her voice.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their
Yeah, get rid of the husband. I'll take his place.
I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. 'Tis clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas...
Yeah, we are in. Absolutely.
In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I'd be happy to. Yeah, if their dad were to suddenly go missing for one reason or another, I don't mind stepping in.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect.
Ooh, she got a glow up.
Please, tell me you had something different made for Alphen.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Oh, and he got a glow up.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
Ooh, a box. What's in the box? What's in the box? Oh good, it's not a head. This would be an entirely different stream if there was a head in that box.
Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
I mean, I don't want to
Also, because it would be a terrible waste
do
of
horrible things to their dad. I could just convince him to go on a long vacation. Maybe go stay at a tropical island somewhere. Be a bit mean of me to do that to their dad, even if their dad is being rude.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
They are indeed silly. As for us, we're just a simple adventurer. We know how to fight, we know how to explore, that's what we do best. You know, just a wink. If it would have let me, I would have winked. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I, shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice. As will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Okie dokie, I can turn these two in now, and that'll lead us to the first dungeon of this expansion. It was a missed chance. Yes. We have 2 quests to turn in, and then either the next quest or the quest after, it'll be the first dungeon. I am hyped. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hoped. I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. Oh yeah, there's plenty of other mothers to meet out there, for sure. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Hydaelyn is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnir, we will be well equipped to plot our next move. And I've done that. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Sharlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales? Let's... Ba-bam-bam.
Your time in Thavnir has certainly been eventful.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the spies even have
The small... are you speaking of the small woman in the yellow outfit? Because she is not a child. She is an adult. She is just really tiny.
Thus the direct approach is doomed to failure.
She is a very, very small adult.
Further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
Oh. Thank you for the raid, Darkus. Welcome, welcome, raiders. Thank you, thank you. I hope you had a great stream. For those of you who do not know me, I am Penny. I am the internet's big sister. I love to live to love, and love you all. What were we up to today? And let's snooze that ad. I'm not gonna let an ad run right after a raid, that's cringe. But yes, what were we up to today?
Appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained. And I
Oh, not a problem. Thank you for the raid, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. I am definitely at a point that will spoil a lot of things for a lot of people, so I don't mind if you have to raid and run.
destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none.
Oh, heck yeah. My last stream a week ago was me spending 9.5 hours doing all of pre-Endwalker quests, which was fun. But yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your MSQ when you get there, and I hope you enjoy Endwalker.
Any primals will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryle, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a
Oh
considerable
yeah,
margin.
I'm glad you have a friend hyping you up for it. I will definitely continue to have fun with Endwalker since I am about to get to the first dungeon, I believe. So this would absolutely be major spoilers. But yeah, I will gladly take care of your chatters. Thank you for entrusting them to me.
Have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Radzithan of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient...
And as thanks for the raid, I will give a free ragdoll. Yeet. There we go. That didn't fix my facial tracking, but I can also do free bye bye bye, because this is always a classic. I wanna see you out that door, baby, bye bye bye. I wanna be a fool for you, just another player in your game for two. You may hate me, but it ain't no lie, baby, bye bye bye. I don't even wanna make it tough, I just wanna tell you that I had enough. Might sound crazy, but it ain't no lie, baby, bye bye bye. There we go, that fixed my facial tracking, but my teddy bear is now gone, so I need to reset my pose real quick. That just tells me that I should ditch the raid dance, because that messes with my facial tracking. I'll still have the music playing. That's what really matters. Let's do that, pop to that, and we're good. Well, I mean, I am a small adult. I have boobities, and boobities do tend to jiggle.
That sounds perfect. And remember,
But I do need to off-stream adjust it so it's not such a big jiggle, because mine are meant to be small. And the physics on them are kind of screwed up a bit. So yeah, once I finish stream and I get dinner, I could just work on tweaking some things and make it so it's not such a prominent jiggle. Because for ones of my size, they shouldn't move that much. Something got screwed up with the physics and I just have to adjust it easily. Like, if I... Yeah, it tends to it happens sometimes, especially with if you're setting a different pose and you have quick sharp movements, it makes them jiggle. It's definitely something that does need to be fixed. It's like I don't have boobs like some VTubers like Cottontail or Zentrea or anything. Mine aren't big, mine are meant to be small, and so I just have to adjust the physics on them so that they behave appropriately. Like, if I had huge backbreakers, then yeah, big wobbly physics would look good, but no, I don't have backbreakers. Mine wouldn't even break a finger, honestly. And in fact, I'm going to, let's see, what mounts do I have that could be potentially silly? Okay, we will use the balloons, and once the ad ends, I will do... Yes, ads are unfortunate. I shall wait until the ads cease. Woo, 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 woo. Thankfully, ads are only 3 minutes long and once an hour. Kinda quiet here. Okay, I know it seems silly. We're gonna ride the big fluffy puppy. Good boy. Welcome back. So now we're gonna do something silly. Having the heads-up display off is going to make it a little hard to figure out where I need to go, but comedy. Let's turn this back on so I can at least see where I'm going. Nope, that's first person toggle. I don't need that. Yeah, I added a yakety sax toggle for comedy purposes, and it is so far really fun. Our friend Nova Eorzea, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. Rewarding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we are readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. But yes, I have many mounts I can use, including giant robot, lightning donkey, Dragon Tales. Dragon Tales. Bird. Big bird. And balloons of a very colorful variety. Yeah, I love the Shiba Inu because it also has some little mountain emotes on it. I can make it bark. I can make it bark more. And I can pet it. And when you're doing the pet emote, you can drift the dog around because it makes the dog get stuck in this position, so you're just drifting the doggo. If you ain't out of control, you ain't in control. Extreme drifting action. Yeah, you can pet the dog as you're riding it. It's so good. Literally one of the best mounts they've added in the game. A dog you can pet while you're riding it. Yeah, there's actually a silly YouTube video out that was released years ago when the dog was first introduced of somebody drifting the dog with the Eurobeat playing in the background. If this is the future of Aetheryte travel, I think I'll stick to boats. No warning, however emphatic could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit. Mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be... We should still call you Varshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. This game does have a free trial up to level 70, including the first 2 expansions. So you could play through so much of this game. Like, that's hundreds and hundreds of hours of playtime of content you can do for free. It's definitely worth checking out the free trial and seeing if it's something you'd like. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these, we can go anywhere but those with the Blessing of Light can go. Not only for this operation either, but for all the ones to come, we can finally break your monopoly on primals. In that case, they're all yours from now on. Yeah, I get that. Like, being a teacher, like, summer's probably all the free time you'll ever get. That spring break, winter holiday. I remember, like, back when I was a student, like, it was just busy, busy, busy. Never really had any free time. But I'm afraid we can't let you retire just yet. You're the Scion's brightest star after all. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Pennifer and her band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners who will doubtless want for healing due to the duress of repeated summonings. Oh, okay, so you're... Oh yeah, no summer break for adults. Unfortunate. Back when I was in high school, I was in band, and that was always busy because we had band practice we had to do. Like, we'd have concerts we would do. I was also in marching band, and there were parades we got to do, and marching band was fun. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of Thavnarian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commence the operation at your word, my friend. From the people of Thavnar, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. No, I wish I could. I played trumpet in middle school, and then I picked up the French horn in high school, and I loved the French horn. But my health has been going downhill for years. With my asthma, there is no way I could play the French horn anymore. It would take a lot out of me just trying to play it, even if it would be fun. Like, I do want to pick up a guitar and learn that at some point, because that's not taxing on the lungs at all. That or the piano, both of those would be fun. But I can't do wind instruments of any kind. That would just murder my lungs even more. Like, if my asthma wasn't so bad, I'd probably be able to play the French horn, but it's not good. Most I can do is just yap away while streaming. Because I'm at least afforded enough breaks to use my inhaler if I need to, and not outwind myself so much. Oh, no, that's trials. We need dungeons. Like, piano is such a good instrument. Like, once I get a chance to actually, like, get a piano and learn it, it would be fun. Because, like, I could get, like, a MIDI piano that I could, like, plug into my computer so that I could hook it up to software and have it play different instruments. And just learn it that way, because that'd be a lot of fun. Make it a thing where, like, I could play it on stream, where it's like, I could make a channel point redeem where somebody redeems it, I bust out the piano and I play a song for them. I'd have a lot of fun with that. So I will probably at some point make it a goal to get a piano and learn to play the piano. And then I could play that on stream. Because that would make karaoke really fun. I could learn to play songs I like and just do karaoke playing along to music. I've always liked streamers that know how to play an instrument and will regularly bust it out on stream for fun. And eventually I'm gonna get a Stream Deck so I can set up a soundboard and just have buttons that can play little songs or sound effects and stuff for comedy purposes. Because right now I just have some toggles through OBS that I use, like my Yakety Sax toggle. And some silly toggles through my VTubing program, like that toggle that I set up a month or two back, which I get a lot of use out of. I love my Awuga toggle so much. Chizu. Well, I know of a streamer named Chizu. Also, I'm glad that I could be the second streamer you've stopped to actually watch. I hope I am at least as amusing as the first streamer. Oh yeah, I definitely should have used it then. It slipped my mind. But yeah, I get so much use out of it. Like, any chance I have to use it, I will gladly use it. Oh, Lily. Lily is a very good friend of mine, actually. So I'm not surprised that we're like, she's a good friend. Well, from what I've seen, a lot of times it's just like the streamer's personality that people are attracted to. Like, they might not normally watch streams, but then they find a streamer like, oh, I like this person's personality or their voice, and then they just like, okay, I'm just gonna keep watching them. And that's what tends to turn people on to streamers. Yeah, my avatar is not entirely like my real self, but it is close. Like, I have scars. I don't have quite this many scars, but I do have scars plenty anyways. No, it's not too personal at all. I mean, for some streamers it might be. I don't mind the question, Annie. Yeah, like, again, like, stream etiquette just depends on the streamer. Some might be more offended by things than others. Like, I am overall kind of open to questions. Like, if it's too personal, I will say it is. But if it's not, then I will also say that it's not. And I don't think that was too personal of a question. Yeah, most streamers will let you know if you ask something too personal. Oh yeah, no, I get that. Like, I know some VTubers have avatars that just look kind of really outlandish, like it might not seem like a real person, and some people do have avatars that could be a person you might just encounter out there. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I would say my VTuber is pretty close to my personality's image, like how I tend to feel. Well, that was kind of a waste of that, but that is fine. Oh, look, more ads to fight. Bam. Ooh, more loot. Not a tank, not a healer. Kind of useless, but okie dokie. Oh boy, that could have gone a little bit better. Oh, ow. That's fine. Bong. I mean, I wouldn't fault you if you were high. Being high is a good pastime these days. And living somewhere that it is legal to be high, it is a nice thing to do when I need to de-stress or just want to relax. I just have some of the funny treats. Ooh, what's in the box? Laying. Oh yeah, I mean, I am very much the nerd book lover type myself. I have very low alcohol tolerance, so I generally don't drink either. And even with like weed and stuff, I usually just do edibles just to like help me relax and be chill. And it's always fun. Oh, we're pulling everything, okay. I'm just like, more power to the people who do like drinking. I'm not a big fan, and I can't really tolerate it much anyways. So I abstain, but more power to those who like to drink. Yeah, edibles make everything funny, and that's part of why I like them, because I make myself laugh easily enough as it is, so edibles just make everything even funnier. And I'm all for some easy comedy. Like just having an edible and putting on a You Laugh You Lose compilation, that without fail will make me laugh like an idiot. It'll make me laugh so hard I snort, and if you get me to laugh so hard I snort, then you're really making me happy. But yeah, I like to say that my superpower is I can make myself laugh so hard I have a panic attack or an asthma attack, and it's not really fun having either. But at the same time, because it happened because I laughed, it's thus even funnier. Because like if it happens normally, it's not good. If it happens because I'm laughing so hard, I don't mind it. Because it just means I'm having a really good time. Oh, I should not stand on that. Oh, that was... Okay, this is a spicy fight. Okay. Oh my goodness. This is a lot. They are pummeling us with so much. Yeah, as long as I'm enjoying myself, then I'm happy. Even if I happen to have an asthma attack, if it happens because I'm enjoying myself, then I'm fine with it. Oh, I got 3 Vuln stacks, that's kind of unfortunate. First one is down. Okay, the rest of the others are going down faster now that we took down the first sister. Yeah, so all those orange puddle-looking things on the ground were markers that tell you, okay, this is where an enemy attack's gonna be, you need to not be in this. And that's how you figure out how to dodge attacks. You look for the orange markers on the ground, wherever they are, and that's where an attack's gonna hit. Yeah, it's a lot to take in, but once you get to this point where I'm at, you've played the game long enough that, okay, you're used to this. Because, like, the game eases you into it. It's like the first boss fights you do in the game are easier. Like, they have simpler mechanics, easier fights. It's overall much easier to manage. Let's see, what did I get? Ooh. Ooh, this looks good. Yeah, the first fights you ever do in the game, they start you out easy, like easy to dodge mechanics, just things to introduce what mechanics are to you and to introduce the AoE marker so you know, okay, don't step in this. And then they slowly ramp it up. They introduce more complex mechanics, more intense fights. And then eventually you get to the point where, okay, the fights are going to be spicy pretty much all the time, but you're used to the spice. You're used to how the fights go.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
The lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
Yeah, just gotta lock in gamer mode. Easy.
Beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look.
Thank you for the follow, Prideful Devil. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a great Sunday.
Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
Huh?
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
There's a limb in that machine? Huh?
And that should be the end of it.
I am really happy with my surprised reaction face that I have set up. 'Cause it's fitting for like a bad surprise, good surprise, it's just like, eh.
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Oh boy, okay, I can stick with this face for a bit. I don't know. How are we supposed to survive the fall?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves.
I pray I'm not too late.
Oh, okay, good. We're on the beach. And perfectly fine. I'm going to assume everybody else is perfectly fine. Yeah, everybody knows that. If you jump as the elevator lands, you are perfectly fine.
Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Graha wove a levitation spell at the last moment.
Okay, Mr. Dramatic Cat Boy is asleep. Oh, I think everybody else is fine, just taking a nap as well.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here.
Oh, I would hope
There'll
she's
be
not
much
taking a
change for
forever
their
nap.
time in the tower.
He's a nice
Even if
cat
their bodies
boy,
are
I like
intact,
him.
I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Oh, I'm sure they'll wake up eventually. They just need a long nap. And probably a nap somewhere better than the beach. I can't imagine sleeping on the sand feels very good. Yeah, taking a forever nap. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Radzat Han for treatment. Alice and your shoulder will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment with support from those who know a healing spell or two. You'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. Okay, and this is a good place to end stream for today, because we've been at it for almost 8 hours. So we shall find somebody to raid out to once I hop out of game, but this was fun. We made a lot of good progress, and had a lot of fun. Yeah, 7 hours, 52 minutes so far. Usually my Final Fantasy XIV streams are shorter, but starting an expansion tends to be quite a bit, because they generally send you to 2 different zones. Oh, absolutely, I can't wait, because I still need to find a person to raid out to, and actually swap OBS back to my chilling and chatting scene once Final Fantasy XIV fully closes. Let's see. Pop. We pop. And pop. Yes, that was a very, very fun stream. Now we can open Twitch and see if there's someone fun to raid out to. Let's see, because we follow a lot of people who are also really cool, so this is also kind of the hard part of the stream, because again, we follow lots of really cool people, and it is not easy trying to decide who to raid out to. So I actually have a good idea on who to raid out to that I think could be funny based on what I'm seeing of their streams so far. Let's see. Yes, I will gladly. Ooh, I was gifted a sub to somebody who raided into me. Heck yeah. Okay, more info from Twitch. Blah 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 blah. I think I have a custom thingy that it does when I get a sub. I forget.
Ulfrey has been to class for 1
Thank
month.
you for the sub. It is greatly appreciated. And it's always appreciated. I really raid to Callie Calico. Callie is super cool. Super awesome cat girl. So let's go send her some love. As always, my lovely catfish, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day, start to your week, and remember, Big Sis loves you always.